All rise. President Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasnić.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04240. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness. Thank you for being with us again.
Good morning.
Today we're going to continue and finish your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you, you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and to wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can catch up. And if you feel the need to take a break, just let us know and we will accommodate you. So we will have questions from Judge Metro to my right, your left. Please give him your attention.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, Mr. Getzi.
Good morning.
I'd like to follow up on some of the matters that you've discussed yesterday and the day before with some of the parties. And I'll ask you, if you may, to try to answer my questions as briefly as you can. And if there's a need for an explanation, I will ask for it, or you can ask me for it. The first matter I would like to follow up on is a bit of the political background to the events that you've described yesterday. And I'll ask you to tell us briefly, please, what you understood to be the principal political objectives of the LDK, of which you were a member.
Nëse e kuptova mirë,
If I understood your question correctly, the main objectives of the Democratic League was the state of Kosovo, statehood of Kosovo, the independence of Kosovo, and the constitution of all relevant institutions within the possibilities available at the time being under the certain regime. We held a referendum for the independence of Kosovo. We proclaimed the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of Kacanik. I think that Rogovism as an ideology will be a lesson and inspiration for the world how to reach independence. It's beyond the Gandhism. It's something more than that. How a peoples can reach independence within a state of occupation, maintaining school education, a health system, in extraordinary circumstances where everybody was dismissed from work. We still managed to maintain those institutions. Everything was destroyed. However, it was our duty to preserve the people, to minimize the risk of a massacre, although we knew that was inevitable. But within our capacities, our possibilities, we tried to minimize all the negative consequences and to achieve our goal and obtain the right, the ultimate right, which is the independence of Kosovo, with the support of the international community.
You just said that you had started building institutions and to organize institutions. Was it both at the local and national level that you did so?
në nivel
At national level, the Democratic League at the central level, first of all, held a referendum, which was done on a voluntary basis throughout 36 municipalities. One of those leaders I was one of those leaders. The turnout was 99% during that referendum for the independence of Kosovo, which was the first step towards the independence of Kosovo. The central level had very capable, learned intellectual people who helped in this process. Gazmen Zaimi was one of them. And we took all these steps throughout the process in a way that was acceptable to the international community as well.
To understand that you had started building a parliament, a government, and a presidency, is that right?
po,
Correct. We held elections. In my municipality, I registered 63,000 people, inhabitants. Their names were all written down in a notebook, and we used that as a basis for the elections after the referendum, after the proclamation of the independence and the constitution of Kacanik. These were the following steps in view of constituting a state.
What you've just said, that the LDK was quite deeply rooted into the Kosovo-Albanian population at the time when the war started. Is that a fair suggestion?
shumë e drejtë.
Very correct. We have had up to 800,000 members of the LDK, registered ones. Over 800,000, we sort of stopped registering them. The LDK filled the functions of a state within the exceptional circumstances we were in. A party has not a natural right to hold a referendum, but we did this considering the exceptional circumstances we were evolving in.
And again, briefly, if you may, what do you understand to have been the main political differences between, on the one hand, the LDK and on the other, the LPK?
LPK
The LPK was an illegal organization, which was acceptable given the circumstances at the time. The LDK instead was an open organization. Everything was transparent. We were aiming to have a state, the independence of Kosovo, within the conditions in former Yugoslavia at the time. Our goal was that if other nations within Yugoslavia are aiming to have a state, so our goal was the same. Or join Albania. These were the objectives of the LDK. The LDK is considered to be one of the first political parties throughout Yugoslavia as a model for other countries, including beyond the borders of the region. And this was led by President Rugova, and I think it would be a good thing for other nations and other political parties to be inspired by the LDK.
From you is, and I don't want to paraphrase your words, but I think you said there were irreconcilable or diametrically different point of views on the one hand in the LDK and on the other in the LPK. Help us understand what these differences were, if you may.
Orientimi
The ideology of the LPK was leftist, Marxist-Leninist, a path that did not result in anything good for Albanians. This was a damaging path, a harmful one. Its center was Russia. But this was their ideology. They suffered, though. They suffered in prisons, but they had no means or instrument to solve the problem of Kosovo. I'll give you one example of something told to me by three prominent, eminent people in Kosovo. With your permission, I would explain that. Adem Demaci, a strong national personality, Hasan Dermaku, Metush Krasniqi, three friends. The three of them discussing how to solve the problem of the issue of Kosovo. Metush Krasniqi says that the problem of the Kosovo issue will only be solved with the help of the Western world and the democratic world and the United States. Hasem Dermaku told me these things. So Adem Demaci instead So Metush was not convinced about another option, and on the next day, following this discussion, the three of them ended up in prison. He said, those who thought that we could solve this problem through the Marxist-Leninist path, we were left in libraries just reading. Whereas Metush Krasniqi believed that this problem, the issue, could be solved through the Western support and the US. He was maltreated on a daily basis until he died. So their position and their approach was that one, and another one was that of Metush Krasniqi. If this was an efficient or right path to follow, the Kurdistan Communist Party would have achieved some results. This proves that the only way forward was the path towards and with the support of Western countries and the United States.
Relationship of these two parties to these institutions you've mentioned, the parliament, the presidency, and the government. Was there, to your mind, a difference between the LDK and the LPK?
LPK
The LPK had no activity, or they had no margin to operate. The entire population was with the LDK. I'll say one more thing. In 1991, when we in the municipality of Skandera were commemorating the killing of Tahir May, a person who fought Yugoslavia in a state of occupation, we were commemorating his...
The question wasn't very precise, so I'll ask it again, maybe more precisely. Did the LPK, in your understanding, accept the authority of the government, parliament, and presidency that the LDK had supported?
Kur.
Never, never. This is the big distinction. Never. All the persons whom they thought had authority were targeted, and they were considered as obstacles. They had to be sidelined. The same process went from the central level to the local level, down to the local level.
Now I want to ask you about something you've said in your SPO interview. That's part 2, page 11, and part 4, page 1, and you discussed it yesterday with my colleague, Judge Barte. You recounted a discussion you had with Tahir Zemai about what he said was a confrontation with Hashim Thaçi and Recep Selimi in the summer of 1998. Do you remember these questions yesterday, these questions about this meeting and your discussion with Tahir Zemai?
Po.
Yes.
Now, I understand you to say that Tahir Zemai was a friend of yours. Did I understand that correctly?
Nuk muj me thosh
I wouldn't say a friend because we were not at school together or anything, but I valued him as a professional military career officer. And wise people would be able to appreciate in decisive moments a professional person. I, together with all the friends here who are my friends, none of us is a professional. He was, in fact, a professional. Kosovo needed him and other friends of his. However, they were impeded in their work, and some of them suffered consequences.
Professional military career officer, you mean to say that he was an officer in the Yugoslav army, in the GNA, is that right? He had been.
Po.
Yes. It is true that he was an officer, and we needed him badly, him and his friends.
Correct?
Ka qenë
He supported the institutions, the president, the government, the state rules.
In 2003?
deri në kohën e
To the time of his death, a military man will always follow the rules, only the rules. Those who don't, they are not military men.
Your interview, the reference which I gave, you indicated that in his account he was being objected to as a commander. Did Tahir Zemai tell you why, in his understanding, Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Selimi were objecting to him being the commander of a subzone of the KLA?
In the war just started.
Your Honor, they were afraid. They feared anything that had value. And this was a grave mistake.
Something slightly different. Did Mr. Zemai himself tell you what his understanding was about why he was being objected to?
I come and do it.
He thought that they were objecting to him because Tahir Zemai was within the framework of Minister Ahmed Krasniqi. They opposed Minister Ahmed Krasniqi, who was then killed in Tirana. Tahir Zemai was killed in Kosovo. This is opposing someone to the point of taking their lives. Ibrahim Rugova survived. God helped him to survive.
Read something to you, Mr. Getzi, and I'll ask you to comment upon it if you are in a position to do so. And I'll ask the registry to bring up Exhibit P795, please. And as it comes up on your screen, Mr. Getzi, I'll tell you what it is. And unfortunately, we only have an English version of it, so I'll have to read it to you. But this is the transcript of the testimony of Jakub Krasniqi at the ICTY, the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. He testified in the case there. Do you understand?
Oh,
Yes.
We may go to page 3395, please, of that transcript. Thank you. And scroll down a little bit. Thank you. Here, just again for context for you, Mr. Krasniqi is being asked about a press statement that was issued on the 1st of November of 1998 by the Military Police Directorate of the KLA General Staff, and it pertains to the arrest and detention of Jakub Castrati, Tsendescu, and to the execution of Selman Binici and Ramis Hoxha. And he's being asked about it, and for the record, it's now Exhibit P304 in these proceedings. And so on this page is the prosecutor is presenting the content of that document. If we turn to the next page, please. Mr. Krasniqi is explaining that he's saying that he's not aware of this document. And you can go to the next page. And here, Mr. Krasniqi asks to clarify something, and he says that he knows more about their release than their arrest, talking of Mr. Castrati and Descu. And here what I want to ask you about is this clarification that he asks to give, and it starts at line 11 in the English. If we can scroll down a little bit, thank you. I'll read it to you, and then I'll ask you to comment upon it. So he's being asked about that statement and its content, and he wants to say the following. Special war was mentioned here. it is true that at the time special war was waged by certain individuals, and not only those people who are armed, who had joined the army, but there were civilians as well, because there were even in the KLA, there were former officers of the Yugoslav army who had taken part of the secret service of the Yugoslav army. There were people who had been punished or charged with criminal offenses, and I would like to say, I suppose, that after the summer offensive, these people, they handed over to the enemy 5,000 or 6,000 weapons. It is well known, for instance, for example, the instance when weapons were handed over in the Dukagini area by Tahir Zemai. This handing over of weapons continued to a smaller scale in the Istok municipality, in the Terande municipality, and there were people who asked for the handing over of guns in Mališevo, and this was done by Janusz Castrati and Cendescu. And in the beginning it was suspected that these had made an appeal to several soldiers to hand over their weapons. Now, starting with a suggestion about Tahir Zemai handing weapons to the enemy, do you know anything about this? And has he ever admitted to that to you?
I think, since this is a comment, I will give my opinion, what I believe. Tahir Zemai was a professional. Tahir Zemai avoided fratricide. Jakub seems to have said that Tahir Zemai had some criminal record. Even if that was true, we need a professional during the war, and that person can answer about those things after the war. He knows better than Jakub and Fadil what conduct one should adopt and how to protect and defend the state institutions. So he is very wrong to have said these words. It is true that he was in the Yugoslav army. It might also be true, as Jakub Krasniqi put it. However, he was a personality that Kosovo needed. There were many more people who worked at the time in Yugoslavia, in former Yugoslavia. With respect to Cendescu and Jakub Castrati, microphone please.
My question at this stage, sir, is to your knowledge, and of course that's all you can contribute to your knowledge, is there any truth to the suggestion made here by Mr. Krasniqi that Tahir Zemai and Janusz Castrati and Cendescu handed weapons to the enemy? Do you know anything about that?
Your Honour, may I raise a matter in the absence of the witness briefly?
You in the room.
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Judge's questions. Do you have some problem with the judge's question?
I do, yes.
Madam Usher, please escort the witness out. We have to have you step out of the room for just a moment. Yes?
Your Honour, our issue at this stage is that it's clear the witness does not have personal knowledge about this. His last answer began with saying, I'm being asked to comment in my opinion, and he went on to give what in our submission is speculation. And questions of this nature in our submission need to be explored with a witness who knows about them. rather than somebody who's clearly disposed to speculate on such issues.
And that is why I asked him, Mr. Ellis, it's page 12, line 13 and 14, is it your knowledge? I insisted for the very reason that you highlight, Mr. Ellis, so I'm grateful for the reminder.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. You can bring the witness back in, please.
Wait.
Thank you, sir, and apologies for the interruption. To your knowledge, again, and I'm asking you what you know, and if you don't know, tell us. Did Jakub Krasniqi know Tari Zemaj, Tsendescu, and Jakub Castrati from before the war?
Unë besoj që Jakub Krasniqi
I believe that he knew very well Jakub Krasniqi and Tsendescu. I don't think he knew Tahir Zem, however, he knows better. With the other two, yes, because he worked with them, and they were also activists of the LDK. He knew them very well.
Says that I believe he knew very well Jakub Krasniqi and Tsendescu. Did you mean Jakub Castrati and Tsendescu?
po kërkoj falë.
I apologize. I apologize. Jakub Castrati and Tsendescu. He knew them very well. He worked with them.
Thank you. I want to ask you about Chires and the events that you described yesterday and that you discussed with a number of participants. First, I want a clarification. Aside, you told us that you talked to Merdi Bardi about these events. Did you talk to any of the other participants in the events of Chires and Baice after they had occurred, or only to Mr. Bardi?
Jo, nuk kam bisedu.
No, I didn't talk to the others. I spoke with Mahdi Bardi because we knew each other and we were associates in the path that we had initiated together.
Ka qenë përgjegjës
And he was the person in charge. He was like the person receiving those guests, those visitors. And he actually took upon himself the responsibility for the ill treatment that occurred, because the ill treatment occurred in his house. People were ill treated in his house.
Told us yesterday that you had heard that a number of parliamentarians had been mistreated and beaten, including George Dedai. You had heard this from Merdi Bardi. Is that right?
edhe nga Mehdi Bardi.
From Mehdi Bardi, and I also heard George Dedai in the media. He spoke differently in Kosovo, he spoke differently here. I hope that in reality it was as he described it here.
When you talked to Merdi Bardi about those events, did he still express fear and concern for himself or for others because of what happened in Chires?
Mehdiu,
Mehdi, in terms of his build, is a strong man and he's full of energy. And he told me something which I will never forget. He said, look with what kind of crazy people I have to deal with, stupid people. They were hitting them, and he was still saying, look at with what type of stupid people I have to deal with.
Was he still concerned for his security when you talked to him, or not anymore?
Mehdiu ka qenë një kohë tash edhe smut, është pak edhe
He is now ill, Mehdi, that is, and I could not elaborate this further with him, but he did write a book, and I believe you have that book, and he claims that certain things that he wrote in his book were removed by the publishers. I don't know whether he would be able to speak himself. That would be the best way.
Thank you. And yesterday you were asked, including by the Krasniqi defense, about a political dispute that had taken place between Mehdi Bardi and Jakub Krasniqi when they were both within the LDK. Do you remember these questions?
po shumë.
Yes, I remember them very well.
What the dispute was about exactly, and as briefly as you are able to.
Për marrjen e kokës të LDK-s.
To seize the position of the head of the chairman of the LDK branch. A convention was held. Jakub Krasniqi, that's what it is said, won. The convention was irregular, was contested. There was an extraordinary one held in those conditions, and then it was seized again by Mehdi Bardi. And the central chairmanship allowed this because of those irregularities.
Did you experience this matter yourself, or is it something you heard from Mehdi Bardi?
E kem dëgjuar edhe nga Mehdi Bardi.
I heard it from Mehdi Bardi because during that period he visited me in my house on several occasions. Jakub greeted us from Pristina, and I thank him a lot about that. However, Mehdi visited me in my family house several times during those extraordinary circumstances.
And just as a matter of clarity, this occurred before the start of the conflict, correct? Can you recall approximately when this would have occurred?
Mas kuvend se këto kanë për.
After the convention, the Congress, within these months, January, February, March, up until Jakub Krasniqi appeared publicly as the spokesperson of the KLA. So after Mehdi became the chairman, several days after that, Jakub Krasniqi appeared publicly as the spokesperson of the KLA.
For the clarity of the record, sir, you say January, February, March. That's January, February, March 1998. Is that right?
98 as of you.
1998. All these events relate to 98.
To your knowledge, after this dispute or these events and Mehdi Bardi getting the chairmanship, did Mr. Krasniqi continue to be active within the LDK? And again, insofar as you know?
Jo hiç më kurrë.
No, never again. And became the great opponent of the LDK. And I've said before that from the very first day he joined the LDK, he was not a true member of the LDK. And the person to blame for that is myself. I am the one to blame for two persons. One is Skenderay Ganikoti and one in Drenas Jakub Krasniqi. We filled the positions of the chairmanship without votes. We made them members of the membership of the chairmanship without votes. And for this, I am the one to blame. And I apologize to the chairmanship of the LDK for this grave mistake that I made.
Now, I want to ask you about something you were asked about yesterday. That's a dispute between your brother, Gani, and Azem Sula, in which we are told Kadri Veseli and Hashim Thaçi mediated. Do you recall those questions from Mr. Mišetić yesterday?
Po,
Yes?
That's what the dispute was about, if you know, between Gani and Azem Sula.
po ato që di i nderuar,
I'll tell you what I know, Your Honor. Azem Sula publicly accepted that a communication had been written by the staff, that 99, and I say 99%, it was indeed written. And following this statement, in which Azem Sula insulted Gani Getsi and called him criminal, this dispute arose. And Bayram Recepi gave them the phone number. They established contact and set up a meeting in Laush, not in my house. Kadri Veseli and Hashim Thaçi told him that Azem Sula was not involved. This is what I know. For the rest, Gani has more information.
Well, I'll ask you a few follow-up questions, and if you don't know, please say so, sir. The first question is, who was it that suggested Mr. Veseli and Mr. Thaçi as mediators in this matter? Was it a suggestion from your family, or was it from someone else, if you know?
unë që di, ato do të
From what I know, Bayram Recepi told him that these persons are in charge and you can talk to them. Bayram Recepi was a prime minister. He was a very good doctor. I had worked with him in the LDK and he knew us very well as a family. As a minister of interior, he suggested that these were the persons suitable to discuss this matter. But you can ask Gani for these details because he was the person who spoke with them. I believe he will come to testify here and he has direct information on these events as a direct participant in these talks.
Issue resolved?
me të qashtu.
It remained there.
In the sense that it was not resolved, just to be clear?
Me fjallu zil, po me vepra jo.
In the sense that it was resolved in words but not in action. Azem Sula said that he was not behind it and that he did not know him at all. And he apologized and stated that it was not him. This is what I know.
One detail, Mr. Thaçi is from Drenica, like yourself, correct?
Po shumë e saktë.
Yes, very correct.
About communique 59, and I'll ask the registry to bring up exhibit P159, please. This is the communique you've been asked about extensively already, and I just have a couple of follow-ups. Now, if you look at the first sentence, for instance, sir, it speaks, you will see, on behalf of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Is that right?
Po?
Yes?
Towards the end of the document, please. That's the last paragraph, but one in the English. It says that the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff extend its sincere condolences to the Regia family and his comrades in arms. Do you see that?
Me vështirësi po shihet, po
With difficulties, but I can read it, yes.
The question is this: the text of this document appears to claim to be issued on behalf of the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff as a whole. Yesterday you spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out and explain who might be the author of that document. My question is what led you to think that this document was the work of one person rather than the staff itself or group of persons? What led you to the belief that you explained to us yesterday?
Faleminderit.
Thank you. I strongly believe that what I said is true, and here is my reasoning. There are two persons, only two persons, Recep Selimi and Hashim Thaçi. The rest of the members of the staff were not familiar that this was released on their behalf. Recep Selimi said, called on the phone and said that this part was not true. He said to him, I know it, but I want to exterminate them. So these two persons are here. One says that the other told him that, and it is true that the rest just adopted the communique and couldn't do anything else. This is a truth.
I want to ask you about something else. Yesterday you were asked by counsel for Mr. Krasniqi about Jakub Castrati and then about the saluting with the fist. Do you remember these questions?
Po, shumë mirë.
Yes, very well.
Please go into private session for a second for the protection of a witness.
Your Honors, we are now back in public session.
Thank you. There's one last topic that I want to touch upon with you. Do you recall yesterday a question from Mr. Mišetić where he asked you about you being given access to the record of an interview given by Recep Selimi to the prosecutor and asking you whether you had had the benefit of Mr. Thaçi's account on this matter. Do you remember Mr. Mišetić asking you about it yesterday?
Po,
I do, yes. I remember it well.
To have an opportunity to see it. Do you recall that?
po,
Yes.
Registry, please bring up exhibit P742. That would be part 15, 1-5. So to orientate yourself, this is the record of an interview that Mr. Thaçi gave to the office of the prosecutor of this court on the 16th of July of 2020, and it's one of the places where he's being asked to comment upon, we will see a couple of issues, but he mentions in particular Communiqué 59, and I want to ask you about it. So if we could go to page 2 of this transcript, both in Albanian and English, please. And in the English, it will start at line 6 on that page. And I'll just summarize the part and take you to the places I want to ask you about. Here the prosecutor is inviting once again Mr. Thaçi to provide evidence, it says, that he would like on the subject of the disappearance and death of Behaydin Alaçi. First, let me ask you this. Do you know who Behaydin Alaçi is?
nuk kom nejt me të kur.
I never stayed or spent time with him, but I know who he is. He was a valuable activist of the LDK and who did a lot of work.
Me Hashim Thaçin edhe
And it is also public, and I've learned it through the media, that there were contradictions between him and Mr. Thaçi.
And so Mr. Thaçi gives an answer to the office of the prosecutor, and the first part I want to take you to is starting at line 20 on that page. In the English, he says, Mr. Thaçi, the issue of Mr. Alaçi has been politicized for particular political motives and particular political aim from the same people that dwell on Communiqué 59. Do you see that? And then, if we continue, so you'll have the full quote. In the English, it says, "I'm aware that something has been posted on the internet by Recep Selimi. I've tried to find evidence of Mr. Selimi's statements, who at different times have made different statements about these issues, but also his political collaborators who have made political accusations against me. Do you see that?
I'm following you, and it seems more reasonable to listen to what you're saying than read it in the document.
First question is just a matter of clarification, but are you or members of your family political collaborators of Recep Selimi, as far as you know?
No, we've never been, and we've been political opponents in the extreme.
Then Mr. Thaçi is recorded as saying the following. It's page 3, starting at line 2. It says, upon the approval and also the recommendation of Mr. Prosper, advice of Mr. Prosper, I will try to find those statements, and I will be happy to submit them back to one of your representatives in Pristina. I might have only one part of the things that I wanted to submit to you with me today in relation to the statements that this gentleman has made. As I said, I'm not incriminating or accusing anybody, but I want you to be clear about the issue. And just so the record is clear, that's the prosecution. When you say this gentleman, answer Selimi. Question, you mean Mr. Selimi, Mr. Thaçi? Yes, because he's spoken. In fact, he hasn't spoken. He has signed something about Alachi's issue. I know that there were both interviews in a legal process in Pristina about this particular issue. And then, if we can go to the next page, please. It's page 4, line 2. Mr. Thaçi is recorded as saying, to show the character, in reference to Mr. Selimi's character, I would like to submit to you this particular document, because Mr. Selimi is connected with Communiqué 59, based on what you said, that he has made public statement. And you did cite this. But there is a connection when it comes to him being interviewed by the legal system in Kosovo in relation to Mr. Alachi's case. And then further on, that's line 9 by now, Mr. Thaçi is recorded as saying, that's why I like to submit to you what I know, his opinions, what he says about Communiqué 59 at different times for different interests and for different political interests and motivations. And considering that this involves Gani Getsi, I would also give you what he says about Gani Getsi. And then Mr. Thaçi is discussing the article that you saw yesterday, allegedly authored by Recep Selimi about your brother being a serial killer, which I'm sure you will remember. And then if we continue to the next page, Mr. Thaçi is recorded as saying, again, this is in relation to Communiqué 59. Mr. Gani Getsi has given various statements, public statement. I would like to share with you a document. I have constructive relations, but I would like you to have the full picture about this persona. And then there is a whole discussion about a medical report that pertains to the health condition of your brother, and I'll ask you about it, and if you feel we should go into private session, please say so. But Mr. Thaçi, to be complete, goes on to say, first, Mr. Thaçi has stated publicly that he has been interviewed by you. He has mentioned my name often in public because my name has been mentioned on various occasions by this gentleman. Have felt it is an obligation for me to submit this document, and this can be found by anybody on the internet. I'm not accusing him, I'm not incriminating him, I'm not doing any such things. I'm just trying to clarify who we're dealing with here. At the same time, you did mention the fact that maybe somebody will be reviewing this transcript in 20 years, but there's no need to wait for 20 years because he speaks on television every night and often in your name as well. And then there's again a debate between the prosecutor and Mr. Thaçi in regard to the medical report in question. My first question to you is whether you know what medical report about your brother is being discussed with. And as I said, if you feel we should go into private session, we can certainly do that.
You, it sounds private.
No, nothing in private session, everything in public. I want everybody to know what he said and what he meant.
Vlovim ka pas një proces.
My brother was involved in a legal process and trial, as a result of which he was sentenced to a 3.5 years prison term. Now, the medical document established that after all the trauma he went through, he had a serious psychological shock. And he took that document and made it public, violating all privacy rights, in order to discredit the interview of Thaçi. But he didn't know that Fadil, his brother, is very fit, and Ghani is not alone. Now Ghani went through that shock, but he's very resilient and very strong, and he's fully recovered now. He had no right to do that. He violated the law and made that document public on television. RTK channel is now facing a court proceedings as a result of this. Now I leave it to you to assess the disloyal, vile things that this man can do. He's a dangerous man, but all these things come to an end. Ghani went through the shock. He was sentenced, he served time, he has recovered, and he's a man fit who will come here and talk to you about all these matters.
My last question for you is, having had the benefit of at least some of the parts of what Mr. Thaçi said about communiqué number 59, does that change in any way your understanding about who is behind that communiqué?
His mandrushan.
It doesn't change anything. All these maneuvering, all these actions, I'm certain that you understand them very well as an expert that you are.
Those were my questions. Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll decide whether there find out whether there's any questions as a follow-up to the judge's questions. We'll take 10 minutes now, witness. Please do not discuss this case with anyone outside the courtroom. We'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Seems Judge Gaynor may have some questions before we get to responses. We're adjourned till 10:15.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can please bring the witness in. All right, witness, we're ready to proceed. Judge Gaynor, who's at your far left, will have some questions for you.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Mr. Witness, I just want to ask you how you happen to know about one particular phone conversation. Do you understand?
Po?
Yes.
The transcript references are pages 20861 to 20863. On yesterday, Mr. Misetic, who's counsel for Mr. Thaçi, asked you, question, witness, you said in your answer, quote, but it was established that the name of the person who asked Recep Salimi on the phone and asked him, don't write that, don't write what is not true, unquote. What phone call are you talking about? Your answer, a phone conversation where they explained this, because they were together in the same place, Recep Salimi and Hashim Thaçi. But Recep Salimi did not accept it, but he did say, adding, quote, I want to exterminate this family. A minute or two later, you were asked, that information is contained in Mr. Salimi's SPO interview. Was it something that the SPO provided to you in the preparation session for you to read, Recep Salimi's interview on this point? Your answer was, we saw all of them yesterday here. Recep Salimi said, quote, we can't talk about that communique because this was drafted and issued by Hashim Thaçi himself, unquote. He added, quote, he called me on the phone and said, quote, I want to exterminate that family, unquote. Do you remember that exchange yesterday?
Po?
Yes. Yes.
We were discussing a telephone conversation which took place between Recep Salimi and Hashim Thaçi. Is that correct?
Po?
Correct.
About that phone conversation.
E di nga deklarat
I know from the statements made directly on television and the statement we heard and read yesterday, the statement of Recep Selimi. Everything is reliable and convincing for me. Two persons, Hashim Thaçi and Recep Selimi. So he told him, don't write that part because it's not true, to which he replied, I want to exterminate, annihilate this family. That was the purpose, indeed. He damaged us as a family gravely. Two persons killed, my brothers wounded.
When was this statement made directly on television?
We watched it yesterday in TV channel Dukagini. As I mentioned, I'm not good at dates, but this was seen here and there on television. The person who wrote Communique 59 is a malicious person, and that person is Hashim Thaçi. It was not easy for him to say it. He struggled to pull himself together and say it. He did say that late, but he said the truth. And it is a very good thing that he did so, because we could, to some extent, breathe freely. I would have wanted, Your Honor, to see that person in person, myself, that person who spoke well of our family. And I did see him.
The date on which that telephone conversation took place?
I am not good at dates. These are their statements. You have the date of the TV show where this statement was made. We can go through that again if needed, and we can find out the date. I can't recall the dates.
And when you said the statement we heard and read yesterday, what statement we heard and read yesterday exactly are you referring to?
Gazetart pysin.
The reporters asked him, who wrote these communiques? He replies, so the reporter says, more or less, we asked also other people, but they avoid us answering the question. We also asked Hashim Thaçi, and his answer is, Communique 59 was written and issued by Hashim Thaçi himself, which means that the staff is not involved. It was done on its behalf. There was an individual speaking on behalf of the staff. And all the other members of the staff declared that they were not involved in this. This is therefore convincing to me, and I believe it is convincing to you as well, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Any follow-up questions by the SPO?
No, thank you.
Mr. Misitich?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Witness, I want to just ask you a few follow-up questions posed to you by Judge Matro. You were asked about the mediation effort by Mr. Thaçi with respect to a dispute between Gani Getzi and Azam Sula. That was a dispute, according to the press article, which is at Exhibit 1D 196, where your brother accused Azam Sula of ordering an assassination attempt on him in 2001. Correct?
Edhe një herë një pyetje.
Could you please ask the question again? Your Honor, everything is perfect in this courtroom with the exception of the interpretation, which at times is not very accurate and is therefore changing the meaning. This is the reason why I'm asking for the question to be repeated again, because it makes things a little bit more difficult.
I'm asking you about the mediation attempt that Mr. Thaçi was engaged in the dispute between your brother Ghani and Azam Sula. The press article, which is admitted Exhibit 1D196, says the dispute was over an allegation by your brother Ghani that Azam Sula ordered an assassination attempt on him in 2001. Is that correct?
Deklarimi I
The statement of Azam Sula that it is true that the staff issued a communique and that is the case 100%, led to this because we were still inquiring as to who was behind this. This led to this discussion about this matter.
We could scroll down to the second paragraph. Actually, we'll start with the third paragraph and then go to the second paragraph. The third paragraph says, and this is the news report, Thaçi has claimed that in 2001, in an assassination attempt, his wounding and the killing of his friends, as he says, came after an order from Azam Sula, but the latter denied this. Do you see that?
Cilën pjesë është?
Which part, please?
Paragraph.
Po?
Yes. Yes.
Azam Sula ka mohuar.
Azam Sula denied being behind this. Is this your question about being accurate or not? He indeed denied this in their presence.
Ordered an assassination of Ghani in 2001, correct?
Këtu po thot,
It reads here that the latter denied this.
Paragraph above it, it says, after these two meetings, meaning these meetings of reconciliation, according to Thaçi, the final meeting of reconciliation came where he and Sula shook hands of reconciliation. That's also true, isn't it? That's what your brother said.
ne duhet e pajtimet kur
When we meet somebody, we shake hands even without having to reconcile. He said no, then the question was, what's your issue with Azam Sula?
They shook hands, greeting each other as they met. It says they shook hands of reconciliation. That's what your brother said. Correct?
ne kem shtrit dorë.
We extended our hand to reconcile constantly. We constantly asked for them to come forward, apologize, and reconcile. Let's move forward. But they didn't agree. They wanted to liquidate us. Azem Süle seems to have said here that he was not behind this, and I'm glad to hear personally that Azem Süle is not behind this. However, somebody is behind this. Who's that person?
The conclusions after this mediation, it says, as to who the order giver and the assassin of 2001 for the murder of Thaçi, now both sides allude to another person. Thaçi did not mention the name of this person, but admitted that he is a former member of the KLA and currently a member of one of the 5 largest political parties in the country. That's how this mediation by Mr. Thaçi concluded between Azem Süle and Gani Thaçi, correct?
Gani Thaçi është I lirë atje
Gani Thaçi is ready and available to explain everything in this regard in detail when you call him. I am not able to tell you what Gani Thaçi had in his mind, what he thought.
The hearing from your brother. Let me turn to a different topic. Judge Matro mentioned to you the point that Mr. Thaçi is from Drenica, just like you're from Drenica. And he then also brought up later Mr. Thaçi's interview, where he discussed with you Mr. Thaçi's position that many of these claims are made by his political opponents. Now, it's correct, is it not, you two from Drenica, Mr. Thaçi has, and his political party, PDK, have dominated your political party, LDK, since the war in the Drenica region, correct?
Unë nuk e thash që ka dominu.
I did not say that he dominated, but it is true. I'm saying it now. He did. However, he did that after the killing of all those persons. Hakim Eri, Jafer Behrami, Azem Ahmeti, the nephew of Ahmed Delia, the most patriotic family in Drenica, only because he said, I recognize President Ibrahim Rugova. After all these killings, they extended their influence. Who would go out and vote anymore?
Excuse now, but before 1998, you and the Thaçi brothers were dominant in Drenica, in the LDK, correct? Correct?
Jo nuk sundonëm.
We did not dominate. It was democratically elected process and institutions. I was elected by a democratic vote of 52 villages, not through violent means and killings and seizing power. I have always been against those who exercise and exert violence.
You won landslide electoral victories prior to 1998, correct? Or prior to 1999, correct?
Po,
Correct.
Mr. Thaçi's PDK party has won landslide victories in every single national election in the Drenica region, correct?
pas vrasjeve.
After the killings of the 6 more influential people in Drenica, after the intimidation and threats directed to many intellectuals and prominent people, they took over through violence. They took power through violence. This is the reason why we are here. By violent means, killings, they seized power. I would have never believed that these things would happen, but so it appears that they do happen, and they, as a matter of fact, have happened also in other countries.
that you and Ghani and other members of your family have continued to run for office in the Drenica region, you still hold a grudge against Mr. Thaçi because he continues to dominate electoral victories in the Drenica region. Correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This has strayed very far from the judge's question. If counsel wanted to explore any issue of bias, he was fully entitled to do so, and in fact, he did so during his own examination.
May I respond? This is directly now addressing Judge Matro's point, and I'm going to get to the next
Yes.
point,
Oh,
which is
the objection's overruled. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Sir, you understand my question?
Gabim të madh e ki.
You are wrong. No person who's democratically elected is somebody I would be against to. I support the institutions. I support elections. I am saying in Drenica, where I come from, people were killed, and it's only after these killings that other people seized power. Now, who killed these people and who seized power? This is what we are here for. The most influential people in the region. Hakim Meri was the main person in the local community where Hashim Thaçi is from. So he was killed and then they seized power. Jafer Behrami, he was number one person in his villages. After his killings, they took power. And other cases. So following killings, threats, violence, power was seized through violence, through killings.
Witness, in answer to, or in response to Judge Matro showing you Mr. Thaçi's position in his SPO interview, every single person that we've discussed in court that has a connection to accusations against Mr. Thaçi related to Communique 59, that's you, that's Ghani Getzi, that's Milayim Zeka, that's Jakub Krasniqi, that's Recep Salimi and Vetfen Dossier. You're all politicians who are all political opponents of Mr. Thaçi's at the time you make these accusations. That's a true fact, isn't it? Every single one of you, all politicians. Correct?
Si jurist,
As a lawyer, this practice is erroneous. Nowhere in the world this practice would be allowed in court. If that were the case, they would have come out as a group and denied the entire thing. I think you're making a serious professional mistake.
Of fact, is it yes, it's
Okay.
true, or no, it's not true? Every single one of the people I just mentioned, you're all political opponents and politicians against Mr. Thaçi at the time these accusations are made. Correct? Is it yes or no?
I am a political opponent of Mr. Thaçi. The others, instead, are close associates of Mr. Thaçi. No one knows better than them about the matters and dealings with Mr. Thaçi. They know. I don't.
Carefully. I said at the time they made these allegations, Recep Salimi was in Vetfen Dossier, which is not just a political opponent, but it might go so far as to say political enemies of Mr. Thaçi's PDK party and Mr. Thaçi personally, correct? You know that to be a fact. You know that to be a fact, correct?
jo nuk është fakt.
No, it's not a fact. They know it very well. It's not a fact. You're wrong. This is what I think. And it's not the case.
In 2019 and 2020.
Këtu është pyetim, ashtu nuk.
He is here. You could ask Recep Salimi himself and he will tell us.
You know, do you know or do you not know that Mr. Salimi was a member of Vetfen Dossier in 2019 and 2020?
Unë e di një.
I know one certain truth. Recep Salimi and Hashim Thaçi were together in the LPK, and throughout these processes they were the closest associates. This is the truth. If there's one person who would know what Hashim Thaçi did, that would be Recep Selimi and Yakub Krasniqi. You don't, I don't.
A simple question. You're unwilling to answer a simple question to which you know the answer, correct?
I am here to answer questions, and I will always do so for what I know.
Question again. Do you know if Recep Selimi was a member of Vetven Dossier in 2019 and 2020? Yes, you know, or no, you don't know?
They are here. You can ask them. I may say yes, they may say no. Just ask them. I can speak for myself. From the beginning, I'm a member of the LDK, and today I don't hold any functions, and this is what I will be to the day I die. He can say today I'm self-determination, PDK, you never know, you just need to ask them. Don't ask me about them.
And you've refused to answer the question, so I will move on. Now, you were asked a question by Judge Matro about why do you pick one person as the author of Communique 59 as opposed to a group of people. So let me ask you about your personal knowledge and what you were shown by the SPO. Do you have any knowledge of whether there was a common practice in the KLA general staff for people to collectively write communiques? Do you have any personal knowledge?
I explained it once. There are two persons involved. One tells the other, the staff.
Stop. I'm not talking about Communique 59. Do you have any personal knowledge generally about how the KLA drafted communiques? In general.
If I had knowledge, I wouldn't have come here at all.
PO in the preparation session show you anything, any evidence about how the KLA generally drafted communiques?
I was not asked about that. It's their work. I answered the questions that they asked me.
Let me ask you a follow-up on Judge Gaynor's questions. You now claim that you heard Recep Selimi say on the TV clip that was played in court that he received a phone call from Mr. Thaçi. And I'm putting to you, there's nothing in the television clip where Recep Selimi discusses any phone call with Mr. Thaçi. So I'm just going to put that to you. You didn't see it in court. Where you got that information could only have been from your reading of Mr. Selimi's SPO interview during your preparation session with the prosecution. Do you accept that?
It is true that it's the same. In the interview, he says that it was written by Hashim Thaçi by himself, whereas here, the accusations made by the prosecution, he declares that he called him on the phone, told him not to do that, and that the reply was that he wanted to exterminate the family. And let's stop here, because many people died because of that communique. The extermination did not occur. We are 109 men in the family, but he did damage 2 of our best friends, and history and Albanians will never forgive him for that.
Do you accept that the SPO showing you Recep Selimi's interview influenced your animosity towards Mr. Thaçi even further before you began your testimony here?
I think you're wrong. The best thing that they did is offering us to see with our own eyes who said what, who did what, which is quite the opposite of what you're saying. As an expert, I believe you should not state something like that. It is not good for the defense of your client. It's damaging him.
The defense of my client, you deal with telling us what you know and what you don't know. Okay.
Very well, but that's what I think.
My ultimate point is, before your prep session with the SPO, you did not think that Mr. Thaçi wanted to exterminate your entire family. And after they showed you Recep Salimi's statement, you came into court with the belief that Mr. Thaçi wanted to exterminate your entire family. That's correct, isn't it? Correct?
It was obvious to me throughout this time, from 1998, I saw with my own eyes his work, his deeds. It was his intention to exterminate us. We don't have time, but I have many, many other examples to illustrate this. This is the truth. His purpose was to exterminate us as a family.
Mr. President, no further questions.
Mr. Dixon? Mr. Roberts?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead. Mr. Ellis, just so you know, we will break at 11 as usual.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, yesterday in the transcript at T209737, line 24, towards the end of the afternoon, His Honour Judge Barter asked you some questions about the conversation that you say you had with Mr. Rambuya about Communique 59. And in particular, His Honour Judge Barter asked you about a paragraph in your preparation note which stated that Mr. Bouya told you that he had spoken to the staff of the LPK called KLA. Do you recall that line of questioning from His Honour Judge Barter yesterday afternoon? I see for the record the witness nodded.
Second, witness, when you answer a question, you have to say it. You can't just nod your head, okay?
I apologize. Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Very well aware, aren't you, that your evidence is being given in public? Yes?
Yes.
You have been here giving evidence. Have you had access to news reports from Kosovo about your testimony, sir?
No, I haven't. But access is possible.
Now, could I have on screen, please, DJK 01079 to DJK 01080, and the English translation has ET after it. It's on a new presentation queue that was just released.
Yes, Your Honor, and while that's called up, I can already state that we object to this line of questioning. This does not arise from the judge's questions. The judges did not ask any questions about any public statements or statements made outside of this courtroom in the last days. So this very clearly does not arise therefrom.
That's correct.
That was a foundational question leading into showing the witness this article. He was asked by His Honour Judge Barter questions about what this witness has said about what Rambuya said to him. This article shows very clearly that Rambuya has seen that line and describes it as lies and slander, and that's what I wish to put to him.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm grateful. So, witness, you won't have seen this because you said you weren't following the public reaction, but this is from a report from, I think, Gazeta, from yesterday evening about Mr. Buya's reaction to your testimony. And the first paragraph begins, in quotation marks, "Almost everything is untrue, except for the fact that during the time when that famous Communique 59 was made, I was not at the headquarters." Now, let me ask you this first, witness. Were you aware that Buya was not part of the KLA General Staff in October 1998 when this communique was published?
Ram Buya
Ram Buya is a Marxist-Leninist, as I already said yesterday, and I'm saying again today, he is a close associate of the friends who are here. And just read further down what he's saying. I just read it. He is trying to evade something. And I said yesterday, I hope that it is how he said it. He said something good, something he evaded. This is the reality.
He was not a member of the General Staff in October of 1998. Yes or no?
He was the close associate. I don't know the exact minutes or times that he was, but I don't know when he became a member, but he was, as I said, a very wise man. He is a Marxist-Leninist, and he never denied that. He said that Getty family is not like you describe them. They are a good family. He denied a part, and he evaded another. But thank him for the good words that he said.
I will read to you a little bit further from his reaction in that paragraph. I see you've read ahead yourself already. He says, "I have never claimed to be a victim of that because it's not true," referring back to Communique 59. "I've never been a victim of anyone, and I've maintained my position." And then he says at the end of the paragraph, he also said in another program, "I supposedly received a bullet in my mouth because of my positions, which is completely false. It's a lie and slander," Buya said to Gazeta Express. So I'm putting it to you, witness. Buya did not tell you that he received a bullet in the face for responding to communication.
That was never asked by the judge. Yes. You're beyond the scope of the judge's questions now. I allowed you a reasonable latitude on a very short purpose at the very beginning. Nothing else is relevant.
Well,
let's move on.
I tender the document then, Your Honours.
If I may be heard before you rule on the tendering, please, briefly. I do want to say that we object to this tendering. It also sets a dangerous practice. If we're going to start tendering items as media reactions to what witnesses say in court, there may be no end to that. And more importantly, for our objection, it goes to what Your Honour just overruled right now, which is this is not directly related to the judge's question, so this is not a permissible avenue to do so. The defence is free to call the alleged Ram Buya who allegedly said these things if they want to.
The tender is overruled. It will not allow the admission. Go ahead.
And I have one final topic, witness, which is this morning at provisional transcript page 16, you were asked by His Honour Judge Matro a question related to Mehdi Bardi, and you responded there that you were in contact with Mehdi Bardi, but Jakub greeted us from Pristina. And I'm putting it to you that it is not true, witness, that Jakub Krasniqi had telephone contact with you from Pristina. That's not true, is it?
Po qysh po më thumë nuk ka vërtet kur
How can you say to me that this is not true when it is 100% true that Jakub called and he did participate in the meetings of the leadership of the chairmanship? It is true that he called. It is true that he was in Pristina in the chairmanship. It is true that he fought to become the chairman of the Glogots branch, LDK branch, in that period of time. Everything is true.
Chairman of the LDK in the Glogots branch at that period of time. But I'm putting it to you that you never had the personal relationship with Jakub Kuznici that he would have telephoned you, and certainly not from Pristina. Witness.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. We literally just heard that. Counsel may
Sustained,
not
this
have
is
liked
just
the answer.
argumentative. Go ahead.
Very well, then I'll finish. This is my final question, Your Honours.
Go ahead.
I want to put my case to you, witness, that you have come here in public session as to make political statements. What you have said about Jakub Kuznici is not true, witness.
po tash
And I'm telling you that I have said the truth and nothing but the truth. You are doing your job, you're saying what you're saying. I'm telling the court that every word that I've uttered is 200% true and nothing else. It is only the truth. And that you are wrong. But you have your own right.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Witness, your testimony is now completed. You will be excused from the courtroom. Your obligation here to testify is over. Thank you for being with us and sharing your information. We wish you well.
Respect to all of you and to the work you do.
We'll take the regularly scheduled half-hour break. We're adjourned till 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Mr. Dixon,
Yes, thank you. Could we go into private session for this, please?
we are into private session,
Are we in
please.
private session already? Thank you.
Into private session, please.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
There is a preliminary matter before we start with prosecution witness 4758. The panel notes that in F02665, the SBO requested an expedited briefing schedule for F02665 to amend its exhibit list to add 3 items that it intends to use with W04758 and the reclassification of F02665 as public. First, in respect of the request for an expedited briefing schedule, the panel notes that it yesterday expedited the briefing schedule for F02665 and heard submissions from the parties and participants. Second, in respect of the request to amend the exhibit list, the panel notes that the SBO's request concerns 3 items which consist of 123265, an adjusted and expanded version of an organogram chart of the KLA General Staff Formation of the operational zone containing W04758's handwritten annotations, and 123266, an organogram chart of Brigade 151, and 123267, an organogram chart of the LAP operative zone. The SBO submits that the request is timely, relevant, and there is no undue prejudice to the defense. The defense does not object to the amendment to the exhibit list to add the 3 documents. The panel observes that the SBO acquired the documents from W04758 on 18 October 2024 and made the present request on 21 October 2024, the next working day. The panel therefore finds the notice provided by the SBO to be timely. The panel observes that the 3 documents relate to the structure of the KLA and in particular the LAP operative zone and Brigade 151, which is relevant to the allegations in the indictment and the pretrial brief. The panel therefore finds that the material is prima facie relevant and of sufficient importance, and that there is good cause for their late addition to the exhibit list. Lastly, the panel observes that the documents are 1 page each, and therefore a total of 3 pages would be added to the exhibit list. In addition, the panel further considers that 123265 is a more comprehensive version of an item already on the exhibit list. 123266 is a completed version of a template which is on the exhibit list, and 123267 is a document prepared after the war on the basis of 123265. The panel is satisfied that the defense will have sufficient time to adequately review the documents in question and to prepare for W04758's testimony, thereby preserving the rights of the accused. Therefore, the panel finds that no undue prejudice will arise from adding the 3 documents to the exhibit list, and the panel therefore grants the SBO's request to add 123265, 123266, and 123267 to the exhibit list. Third, in request of the request for reclassification of F02665 as public, the panel notes that the SBO has indicated in F02665 that the filing can be reclassified as public following the commencement of W04758's testimony. Therefore, the panel orders the registry to reclassify F02665 as public after W04758 commences his testimony. This concludes the panel's order. Now you may bring the witness in. We also note that Victims' Counsel made a request to question the witness. As per usual, in our practice, the panel will defer its ruling on the matter until after the SBO has concluded its direct examination of the witness. Good morning, witness. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
With the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of our rules. Take a look at the document and then read it aloud.
Yes, I can. Solemn declaration. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
You can be seated now. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 1 to 2 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the victim's counsel may ask you questions, and thereafter the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also have questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 2 to 2.5 hours. Victim's counsel estimates that he will need approximately 20 minutes. The defense estimates that it will need close to 6 hours. In regards to each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in their use of time. The panel will allow for redirect examination by the SPO if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know. Just raise your hand and we will try to accommodate you. So we begin now with your testimony. First with the questions from the Special Prosecutor's Office, who are seated to your left. Please give her your attention. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good morning, witness. We met before. My name is Silvia D'Ascoli. I will be asking you questions today on behalf of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, SPO for brevity. The presiding judge has already given you specific instructions. If I may add, please, since you understand English, please always wait until you receive the full interpretation in your headset, and also to allow for a pause in between my questions and your answers, since your evidence is being interpreted. Okay? Can we start with your name and last name for the record, please?
Nureddin Ibishi.
Birth?
4th of December 1956.
And your place of birth?
Village of Kalatis, municipality of Podujeva.
And did you have a nickname during the war, 1998-1999?
Yes. Leka.
Witness, you gave statements in the past, including to this office, and you had the opportunity to review those statements last week during the preparation session before this testimony. I will now call up the two prior statements that the Specialist Prosecutor's Office intends to tender into evidence. You can follow on the screens. Can I first call up ERN SPOE 000-88341 to 000-88352 red for the English, and SPOE 000-88353 to 363 red for the Albanian, please. The first page will suffice on the screen. Witness, do you remember testifying before the District Court of Pristina in the case against Latif Gashi and others?
Yes.
The transcript of that testimony in preparation for your in-court testimony this week, and the transcript is the one appearing on the screen.
Yes.
Second statement that the SPO intends to tender, and this is 083639 TRET, if I can have both the Albanian and the English, part 1, please. Witness, do you remember being interviewed by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office of this court? The ERN, yes. Yes, it is correct in the English. I think it will suffice. Thank you. Witness, do you remember testifying, giving a statement to the SPO?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to review the full transcript of the SPO interview last week? It consists of several parts.
Yes, I read it rapidly.
When rereading these two statements in the preparation session last week, were you given an opportunity to make corrections and clarifications?
Yes. There were a number of linguistic-related amendments, corrections with respect to places, locations, content, which we discussed during the preparation session.
And do you remember that those corrections, clarifications were reflected in a written note that was read back to you at the end of the preparation session?
Yes.
Do you confirm that what was recorded in that note, which for the record is ERN 123219 to 123227, preparation note 1, Do you confirm that what was recorded in that note reflects your corrections and clarifications fully and accurately?
Based on what I was able to read, they do. I do not exclude that there might be other small minor details that can come up and which were missed.
For what concerns, what you read and the corrections that were read back to you, were you satisfied that those reflected what you said, your corrections or clarifications to the statement reviewed?
There's only one matter about a document which refers to the interview of Commander Remy, Rustem Mustafa, which I think needs to be reviewed.
To those specific details, what I was asking
Understood.
is whether the corrections and clarifications that you had and that were recorded in the note were read back to you and that you were satisfied that those reflected accurately what you said. That was my question. Can you please answer yes or no?
Yes. That's fine.
Subject to those corrections or clarifications that were recorded in that note, in Prep Note 1, do your written statements accurately reflect what you said and what you would say again if you were asked the same questions in court today?
I tried to tell the truth. If there is any discrepancy, I believe I'm able to clarify them.
I take that for a yes. Do you confirm that you're satisfied that your statements, your written statements accurately reflect your evidence to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And please, yes, make sure you always reply and respond on the record with an oral answer so that it is recorded in the transcript. Thank you. Your Honours, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria in accordance with Decision 2655, the SPO tenders the English and the Albanian versions of the proposed Rule 154 statements as identified on the record, together with the associated exhibits and preparation note 1.
Go ahead.
The full ERN of the Rule 154 package has been provided.
Yeah. Any objection?
Subject to the previously articulated objections to the associated exhibits, we have no additional objections.
Mr. Dixon?
No additional objections, Your Honour.
Mr. Roberts?
Nothing more, Your Honour. Thank you.
Nothing to add, Your Honour.
All right, SPOE 000883412 to 88352, both English and Albanian, is admitted and will be given a number.
Classification can be public.
We'll need to take a short break. Please escort the witness out. Witness will need to take a 5-minute break.
All rise.
Be seated. Just to be safe and to allow Mr. Krasniqi a chance to rest a bit, we will take a lunch break now until 1:30, and then we'll start at that time. Is there a problem with that time frame with anybody? Thank you. We're adjourned until 1:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. I believe we were at the point of the tender of the documents, the statements by the SPO, and I believe, Mr. Misicic, you had made a statement already about whether you had an objection or not. Is that correct? You just indicated you had an one of the associated exhibits you objected to.
I believe that we just did that in writing, and you've already ruled on it, so I just wanted to preserve the objection for the record, that's all. Yeah.
Anybody else?
No, Your Honor, it's the same point.
The same, Your Honor.
So SPOE 000-88341 to 000-88352 in English and Albanian is admitted.
Your Honor, that statement will receive exhibit number P01754. Classification is confidential. I believe counsel already said it can be reclassified.
Yes, it can be reclassified as public.
It will be reclassified. As to the next item, Madam Prosecutor, is there more than one part, or is that just one part?
Yes, Your Honor, the SPO interview consists of 10 parts, and of these parts, all of them can be public with the exceptions of parts 6 and 7, whose PRVs will be provided together with the PRVs of the transcript of today's hearings. Preparation note as well needs to be classified as confidential for the time being, and the same notice apply, meaning PRVs will be provided with the transcript.
So then 083639 TRET in English and Albanian is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Part 1 of the statement will be assigned exhibit number P01755.1. Part 2 will be assigned exhibit number P01755.2. Part 3 P01755.3, Part 4, P01755.4. Part 5 will be assigned exhibit number P01755.5. Part 6, P01755.6. Part 7, P01755.7. Part 8 of the statement will be assigned exhibit number P01755.8. Part 9, P01755.9, and the last part 10 will be assigned exhibit number P01755.10. All of them are classified to public except part 6 and 7.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We also have prep note 1, which is 123.219 to 123.227. And it is admitted and will be given a exhibit number.
Yes, Your Honor, the preparation note will be assigned exhibit number P01756, and classification is confidential.
Thank you very much. The associated exhibits are all admitted, and please assign exhibit numbers to them.
First associated exhibit is a set of pages from the book SPOE 000-55678 to 000-56018, and those are the pages with the following ERNs. SPOE 000-55807, SPOE 000-55811, SPOE 000-55918, SPOE 000-55956, and SPOE 000-55971. Considering that some pages have already been admitted as P00187, I suggest that these pages are also added to that exhibit number.
Yes, thank you. And classification can also be public.
Thank you.
Reclassify it as public then.
The next associated exhibit is SITF 002444172 to 002444172. We'll receive exhibit number English and Albanian version P01757. Current classification is confidential.
This can also be public. And can I correct I think the reference to the already existing P number for the book is P187. I think there's probably a typo on the transcript, just for the record.
Yes, yeah. P00187. Yes. The next associated exhibit is SITF 40001593 to 40001595. It will be assigned exhibit number P01758. Current classification is confidential.
Equally can be public.
Reclassified as public.
Next associated exhibit is U0004193 to U0004193, Albanian and English. Will be assigned exhibit number P01759. Classification is confidential.
Can be public as well, thank you.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you. And finally, the last associated exhibit with ERN U0004236 to U0004236, Albanian and English, will be assigned exhibit number P01760, current classification confidential.
Can be public again, thank you.
Reclassified as public then.
Thank you.
All right, you may bring the witness in. All right, Mr. Abishi, we continue now with the questions from the prosecution. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Your Honors, before I start with the questions, the SPO sent a brief summary, and with Your Honors' leave, I will now read it for the record.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Nureddin Ibishi is a former KLA member who operated in the LAP operational zone. He joined the KLA in June 1998, participated to the recruitment and training of KLA soldiers, and was based in Baigora between August and September 1998. He covered various roles from brigade commander of KLA Brigade 151 to chief of staff for the LAP operational zone, a position that he held from December 1998. And this was just a brief summary. Thanks. Witness, now that your prior statements have been admitted into evidence, I will have some additional questions for you on various matters, including documents that were shown to you during the preparation session. I will proceed chronologically so that it's easier to follow. And I want to start with some questions about the time before you joined the KLA. Do you remember when did you first hear about the KLA?
Long before, because I was following the developments. In 1994, I was a political prisoner in proceedings against Albanian political activists launched by the Serbian regime, and since then I followed the developments concerning the KLA. And I was sort of labeled after my time in prison, and my joining the KLA at the time would have impeded the development of the KLA as an organization in the very beginnings in 1994.
Talk about the time shortly before you joined the KLA. Do you remember any first public appearances of the KLA?
Yes, I remember it. It was during the funeral procession of a teacher, Thaçi, and that's when the representatives of the KLA came up for the first time in public in uniforms and make a declaration and pronouncement. They were Recep Selimi, Daud Haradinaj, and Muj Krasniqi.
And do you remember when was that, time-wise?
If I'm not mistaken, it was in 1997. A long time has passed. It's difficult for me to remember the exact periods.
Any specific events that led you or motivated you to join the KLA, again, shortly before you did join in 1998?
My driving force was the heroic fall of the commander of the KLA, Zahir Payazidi, together with Edmond Hoxha, later on followed by the battles in Likoshan and Chires, and particularly the battle of the legendary commander Adem Yashari. These were the events that prompted me to take part more actively and to realize that it's time to join a war that would lead to liberation. I also took part in demonstrations in Pristina that publicly supported the KLA with their pro-KLA paroles and pro-Adem Yashari paroles. This was the main motivation, and from that moment I decided to become a member of the KLA.
A few pages of a book by Mr. Scandezitia that you know because of your interview with the author. Can I please have SPOE 00055 678 56018 and the ET corresponding ET translation? And I would please need page SPOE 0005730, which is page 56 of the book. Witness, you will now see parts of this book appearing on the screen. Witness, this is a part of the book where events of the second half of 1997 are mentioned. I will read some brief portions of it to you. The second half of 1997 marked the public appearance of the Liberation Army of Kosovo after the first frontal battles, the Rejala and Re Ludovic battle on 26 November 1997. The Rejala battle and the public appearance of the KLA on 28 November 1997 during the burial ceremony of the teacher Alit Getzi were meaningful, and they put an end to the rumors circulating in the media that questioned the existence and clear freedom-loving objectives of the KLA. Does this narration reflect your recollection of the events?
Yes, fully, because there were different rumors circulating, and with the public appearance with the KLX insignia and uniforms, they came up in public, not only during that funeral ceremony, but also before the public opinion.
The appearance of the three individuals that you told us about earlier, I take it is this one that is mentioned during the funeral of Getzi, right? Did you mean this one?
Yes.
Page SPOE 0005571, the next page in both languages, please. Again, I will read it for you, but you can follow on the screens. The end of 1997, beginning of 1998 were indicators of the successes in the organization of the KLA command structures. The provocations of the Serbian forces started in January. On 22 January, the assault on Jeshari family was a provocation sui generis. But the Jeshari family showed their preparedness and confronted them. Then the Battle of Likoshan on 28 February 1998 took place. The Serbian forces suffered many losses in men and materials, and while withdrawing, they exerted ruthless violence on and massacred the population of Chirez and Likoshan. Does this narration reflect your recollection of the events?
På.
Yes.
Honors, the SPO tenders these 2 pages discussed with the witness, SPOE 00055730731 as public documents, and if they can please be added to P187, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No objection, then page SPOE 0005570 and SPOE 0005571 are both admitted and will be given a prosecution exhibit number.
Thank you, Your Honor. These 2 pages will be added to the exhibit P00187 and they're classified as public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Witness, I will now move to the topic of training. In several parts of your SPO interview, you gave evidence about the training activities that you provided when you joined the KLA in the LAP zone. For references, this is part 2, part 9 of your SPO interview, now P1755. You also explained the content and subjects of the training you delivered. Now, my question is, were training activities already ongoing when you joined the KLA in the LAP zone?
Yes, I did not intervene initially. I did not join in by Gora, but I joined in Masic. That's where I joined. And I started with the programs that were already available together with Kadri Kasrati, who was already there when I joined. Together with him and others, together we tried to expand these training programs to create a more comprehensive one for all the KLA soldiers, since for a long time during the Serbian regime had been excluded from regular military service and had no opportunity to do military exercise. This was a comprehensive program, but we need to mention that the first topic within that program was the rights of war, the 4 Geneva conventions, additional conventions, and I don't have the program in front of me, but they include the full program, and in some other documents there are some differences.
Sorry to interrupt, it's just that I have limited time. And yes, indeed, the details that you provided are already in your written evidence. That's why I will not ask specific and detailed questions about that. You understand that. So you mentioned Mr. Kadri Kasrati. Was Mr. Kadri Kasrati already involved in training when you joined?
Yes. He was during the public appearance on the 6th of June of the LAP operational zone in Zabrze. I joined a little bit later in June, and he had already started with the training of the first groups. I joined him in Zabrze and continued to work with him in the training of those soldiers as an instructor.
That witness, and I will interrupt sometimes if you give a detailed answer that we already have. So I apologize for that. It's not to be rude. It's just that, as I said, I have limited time. So please bear with me. Let's remain on the topic of trainings. I have a document that I want to show to you, which is U0009657 to U0009660. And if we can please have both the Albanian and the English. Witness, now that the document is appearing on the screen, you can see this is a document titled Plan and Program for the Training of the Special Units of the KLA in the Lapi subzone. This is one of the documents you reviewed during the preparation session. Do you recognize it? Are you familiar with this document?
Yes. And it seems this is the document for the exercises of special units within the brigades and the zone. It differs from the basic training program for soldiers. So it is a specialized program for the special units within the LAP operational zone. And together with Kadri Castrati, we were the ones who drafted this program.
And what were these special units? What type of units were there? I mean,
in the public statement number 2, which says that the General Staff of the KLA states that the program will include general training for the members of the KLA pursuant to international conventions and internal rules. We tried to create a training program in addition to the basic training program for all the soldiers of the KLA in the LAP operational zone. This was designed for the special units.
witness, my question was if you can tell us what the special units were.
Within the brigades, there were special units that were more mobile in comparison with other units. We had more defensive units, so to say, compared to offensive, just to position and fortify areas. However, in case of a need of intervention, be it from the wings or the rear, there were these special units, mobile special units, ready to intervene as reinforcement to the other units. So this was the mandate of these special units.
Please to the last page of the document, page 4 in both languages. Witness, you see the signature on the document. Can you please tell us whose signature it is and whether you recognize it?
Yes, this is the signature of Commander Daya. I need to mention that he uses 2 types of signature, but I will explain this later.
Go ahead. It's specific to the question.
Yes, in some documents, so this is Daya's signature, I confirm that. However, in some other documents, he uses the signature Kadri Castrati. So these 2 signatures were used by him during the war. However, I used only 1 signature, which was Leka.
This is a program dated August 1998. The date resonates with you, right?
I do not remember the date, but I do remember the year and the time period.
Which is your recollection of the time period and year?
Yes, because that's when I held the trainings.
Witness, do you remember the observations on this document, as well as others, were recorded in a table of comments that was read back to you at the end of the preparation session that you signed? Do you remember that?
Is it reflected, or is this the question? It's not quite clear.
Witness, my question was whether you recall that your comments on this document and others were written in a table that was read back to you at the end of the proofing session and that you signed. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, this is a document that the SPO tendered in the bar table motion F2178 Annex 1. This is item 49 specifically. I would ask that it be now admitted through this witness as a public exhibit.
Any objection? None? U000967 to U00096660 in Albanian and English is admitted.
The document will receive exhibit number P01761. It's classified currently as confidential.
It can be public, thank you.
Thank you.
Witness, staying on the topic of training, did you cooperate with the other KLA operational zones in training activities, I mean?
Yes.
I'm going to call up and show you a few more pages from the book that we mentioned earlier of Mrs. Zitia. The ERN is again SPOE 00055678 to 56018, and this time, plus English translation, this time I would please need a page SPOE 00055918, which is page 244 of the book. Witness, I'll read for you from the end of the page. The training programs were drafted and prepared successfully by the command staff, which included Commander Remy, Commander Daya, and Commander Leka. In January and February, the zone managed to continue with the training of soldiers, even though it faced constant fighting. In addition, the 152 Brigade officers provided training for the soldiers of the Karadak operational zone. Does what I read match your recollection of the events, and did officers of Brigade 152 provide training for the soldiers of the Karadak zone?
Yes. I gave lectures and conducted trainings of these persons who were undergoing formation and trainings. They didn't have sufficient capabilities. They were coming from the Western countries through Albania, and then they would go through our zone, and the Karadak operative zone would heavily rely on the LAB operational zone, including with respect to training the soldiers of the Karadak zone.
And I take it the dates mentioned here, January and February, are 1999?
Yes.
98 that the two zones, the Kardak and the LAP zone, cooperated in terms of matters related to training.
They came to us either in passing or on purpose, and this happened throughout 98. And not only in January and February.
Have in both languages page 150 of the book, which is SPOE 00055824. This is on the topic of cooperation between zones. I want to show you a portion of the book where your name is mentioned. I will start reading from the beginning of the paragraph just below the photo. After field observation by Kadri Kastrati and Nureddin Bishi, accompanied by Muharrem and Sukri Ismaili and Cele Gashi, after studying of the western side of the Lap Valley and after communication with the commanders of the operational subzone of Shala, Gani Imeri, to strengthen their position on the east side. The plan of expansion was drafted. That's the end of the question. Do you recall these communications that you had with the commander of commanders of the Shala operational subzone?
Yes. Including with the now late officer Gani Imeri.
We move to page 156 of the book, which is SPOE 00055830 in both languages, please. Witness, I can introduce this section to you. The pages are located within the narration on discussing the Battle of the Gorge in Kachanol, mid-September 1998. I can already ask you, was there any joint decision in that battle taken together by the LAP operational zone and another operational zone?
The battle occurred in a place where there was an offensive coming from two directions. One was the direction Podujev or branch up to Dobrotin, and then further towards Stanterg and Bar. And the other direction was on the Mitrovica side. Yes. In this battle, we cooperated as per the plan of the positions. We cooperated to face both directions of the enemy offensive and assaults on 15th of September 98. We cooperated with the Shala operative zone.
There's a specific part that I was going to put to you on this page, is the second paragraph starting from the top. And it says, I'll read it for you. During this time, the offensive took place in the positions of operational subzone of Shala. There, the fighters of the Mehe Uka brigade fought with heroism until the common decision of withdrawal was taken by both zones. Do you confirm this?
Yes. If I can explain. The enemy achieved a limited objective. got to the road Kachanol Center, but our agreement was to join our forces on that point, and then as a result of this, the Serbian forces withdrew.
Witness. Your Honors, the SPO tenders these 3 pages. Just discuss with the witness if they can please be added to P187. The ERNs are SPOE 00055824, 00055830, and 00055918, and they can be public.
If I can just clarify, page SPOE 00055918 was already admitted as a 154 package.
Okay, perfect. Right. Thank you. Then it would be only the other 2 pages.
Those other 2 pages are admitted, will be given an exhibit number.
Thank you, Your Honor. They will be added to the exhibit P00187.
Witness, I will now show you a set of forms from August 1998. Can I please have ERN U001 0041 to U001 0095, page 2, this is the original version, and page 1 for the corresponding English translation, which starts with U001-0042.
The interpreter's note, we kindly ask the counsel not to talk at the same time when the witness is talking. We are missing parts of the questions. Thank you.
Understood. Witness, are you familiar with this document? Do you see it on the screen? And can I please have page 2 of the English, page 2 of the original and page 1 of the English? The English ends with the ET at the end. U001-0042, U001-0095 ET. If the original can be scrolled up so that the exactly the bottom part of the document is visible. Thank you. Witness, you see the document on your screen. Do you recognize this document? Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I am. We had 2 forms for enlisting soldiers. This form and a medical record for each member of the KLA. This reflects the general details, starting with the date of birth, date of enlistment, and so on and so forth, as presented here. These documents were provided by the Serbian authorities. The reality corresponds to what these contemporary documents contain.
2 follow-up questions to clarify. So first of all, I understand that this is a form to enlist soldiers, right?
Yes. When one joins the KLA and when that person starts the trainings, because we consider those trainings as sanctioned by a certificate that was issued. We should also mention here that in the battle we mentioned previously, I had 102 soldiers of that generation that I did not send to battle because I had to be conscious and responsible. This has to do with soldiers who had just joined the KLA and had done the initial basic training.
Document.
På.
Yes.
Your signature at the end of the document.
På.
Yes, it is.
And I need to clarify something you said. You said these documents, and I'm reading from line 16 of page 82 of the provisional transcripts. These documents were provided by the Serbian authorities. Can you clarify what you meant for that, by that?
On film nejakими diskutu.
We discussed this during the preparation session. That there was information and data in Serbian language written in Cyrillic, which is an indication that these documents were found or seized and are being used as evidence now from the Serbian party.
You must be referring to the first page, the cover page of the document that you saw. If we can move to page 1 of the original.
Okay.
Can you read what it is written in Cyrillic?
По.
Yes.
The
register of the members of the Kosovo Liberation Army with the general details and the date of enlistment.
Saying is that based on this, you draw the conclusion that
yes,
authorities, correct?
I think so, because this is not here by accident or without any purpose.
If we go back to page 2 of the original, you mentioned the certain date of enlistment. Here it is indicated 3 August 1998. So that would be the date of enlistment of that soldier, of the specific soldier on the form, right?
По.
Correct.
To get such registration forms, the template, I mean.
По ветики ми артувар.
We prepared them ourselves, something we prepared as an immediate need. At the later stage, I had some data, less than this, which I don't see here, but the initial phase was done through this form, as we see it here.
Can we please move to the next page in both languages? Witness, is this the same type of form that we just discussed?
Yes. The form is the same, but the content is different.
Is that your signature at the end of the document?
По.
Yes. And the date of enlistment of the soldier in question is the same.
3rd of August 1998 for the record.
3 August 98.
Can we move to the next page, please? Is that the same type of form again? And is that your signature at the end of the document?
По.
Yes, it is my signature. The same form and the details corresponding to the person with the same date of enlistment, which refers or indicates that it is about group or generation of soldiers that started their training at the same date.
Viewing the whole set of registration forms which is included in this document during the preparation session.
Paul.
Yes.
Your observations on this document as well were put in a table, written down in a table that you reviewed at the end of the preparation and signed.
Paul.
Yes.
This is also a document that the SPO tendered in bar table F2178, Annex 1, Item 17. I would ask that it be now admitted as a public exhibit.
How many pages is it?
It's about 40.
So the entire...
50. Yes, it's a set of forms of the same nature.
Any objection?
I don't have objection to admission, but I do wish to have it MFI'd so that the first page in Cyrillic, there's an English translation of it and provided with the document, because right now, as I understand it, that page has not been translated in the English version.
The witness has provided a translation on the record. Is simply the title, which is also reflected in the description of the document. And the witness comments are also recorded in writing in the table of documents that I will be dealing with briefly.
My only concern is that when we're looking at this later in the trial, and for example, if the panel is only looking at the English version of a document, that the document should reflect what the original says, so that I know that the witness commented on it, but that the document...
We'll mark it MFI, and you can get a translation in that way, and then it will be admitted based upon that.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Perhaps we can do that by tomorrow.
Yes, of course, Your Honors.
Thank you, Your Honor. Document with ERN U001, U0042 to U001, 0095, English translation and Albanian, will be assigned MFI number P01762. Current classification legal workflow is confidential, but it can be reclassified.
Let's leave it confidential until we have the final translation.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry to rise, and I could be wrong here, but I understood that the Albanian version has a different ERN number than the English by one number. At least that's what's reflected in the table provided by the SPO.
Yes, that's correct. It starts, in fact, from the very first page of the form, excluding the cover page, which simply provides a title in Serbian.
Okay, but just for what's been admitted, as I understand it, it should be U001-0041.
Yes, and English translation that starts with U001-0042.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Witness, in the SPO interview, for reference, this is part 2, page 32, you mentioned that for each soldier, and you repeated this today earlier, for each soldier there were two types of cards, this enlistment cards, registration cards, and then cards recording alto medical information. Do you recall that?
Paul.
Yes.
Would those cards be kept, the alto medical ones?
They were kept in the brigade, the medical cards, that is, and the medical department of the military hospital.
So that we just discussed, where would those be kept?
They were kept in the brigade.
Any specific case where the medical details were useful and used?
Paul.
Yes. It was in 99, in the course of a battle, the officer, the 5th Battalion Commander Ibrahim Demi, was wounded. He had a rather rare blood group, H negative, I think, and he needed blood transfusion, 5 liters. And this saved his life because we had accurate data about the blood group for his soldier. He was hit in the kidney, and he had had kidney issues since his childhood. So we were able to do this blood transfusion, and it's very interesting that this person who had suffered since his childhood of kidney problems as a result of this blood transfusion not only was saved and he's still alive, but his kidney is fit now. So this was the reason why we kept a record of blood groups in the medical records so that we could provide for blood transfusion to wounded soldiers.
Witness, I was asking you earlier about the table of comments compiled during the preparation session that you reviewed and signed. I will call that now up on the screens. Can I please have ERN 123254 to 123263, and for now the first page on the screens. Can we scroll down the page? Yes, thank you. Witness, do you recognize this table, and whose initials are those on the page, bottom right?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Whose initials are those on the bottom right of the page?
Mine.
This table, which was read back to you.
Yes.
Please move to the last page. Witness, did you date and sign this table at the end of the preparation session?
Yes. It would be good to read it. This part.
Session, if you remember.
Yes, yes. It's fine with me. I know it.
Does the table accurately reflect what you said about the documents included in this chart, since it was read back to you at the end of the preparation session?
Mr. President, I rise. I'm just wondering what rule is being applied here to go through this process now with this chart, and what is it being offered for?
Yes, well, Your Honors, the witness provides comments on documents that he personally either authored or had knowledge about, and these are all documents that have been tendered by the SPO in its LAP bar table motion. The process would be similar to the one used for preparation note 1.
Well, this is preparation note is under Rule 154. This clearly does not fall within the Rule 154 application, so we would object to this process and think that anything that they wish to use, and its testimony, because it provides the witness's comments, it needs to be elicited viva voce as per the existing practice, because this is essentially proofing note 2 that needs and can't be led in this manner. This is leading.
May I? Yes. Your Honor, the witness reviewed the table. He confirmed the accuracy of the content. I'm going to ask him those questions. I was interrupted before doing that. He dated and signed it. And also, if I may, the practice is not uncommon in terms of the way to admit witness comments by way of a comments chart into the record. This has been used before in international tribunals as the benefit of saving courtroom time and providing the panel with relevant comments on, I would say, uncontroversial issues. On a number of documents that would be difficult to review live in court due to time constraint and the length of the documents themselves. I can provide some examples from previous practices if you wish.
So to be clear, Madam Prosecutor, this is not bar table. This is part of your 154 submission.
It's not. It's part of the. It's part of the evidence that the witness provides on certain document. Is not part of the 154 submission. I would say that is material that is relevant and has probative value pursuant to Rule 138. The difference is that we are not discussing the documents live in court with the witness, but we're doing it by way of a
It's very difficult for us to rule on the admissibility of something that we haven't yet reviewed. So we will mark it MFI. Let's take a look at it. I understand your objection.
I just want to make an additional objection. We now heard that it's being tendered under 138. This is clearly testimony in the context of a criminal case. The tribunal has repeatedly said that 152 to 154 are the rules that need to be applied, so we would object to admission under 138.
Okay. We'll mark it MFI and we'll make a ruling on it. The alternative is if you want to go through and ask him the questions now, it might be
yes, I was going to
might get past the problem.
Yes, I was going to conclude that before the objections. So, witness, we
didn't give an opportunity. Does anybody else want to be heard on this issue?
With all due respect, Your Honour, I think it's ridiculous that they're trying to get a witness's evidence through a document that he signed in a prep session. I don't think there was much I could add because it had already been said, but I was actually quite flabbergasted by how crazy this whole situation appeared to be. So I don't think it was particularly helpful for me to add that, but there you go.
And I joined those submissions, Your Honour. Those submissions.
Thank you. Go on.
Your Honour, so I will ask the questions to the witness and then I can provide the references to previous practice on this matter.
Well, then we won't mark it MFI at this point.
Witness, do you remember reviewing this table during the preparation session?
Which one? Is it the one here? The one that we discussed, 263? Yes, I did review it.
And do you remember, and does the table accurately reflect what you said, what your comments were about the documents that were included in the chart and that were discussed with you during the preparation session?
Yes, I provided comments, although this is a document of the Deputy Commander of the Lab Operational Zone, Kadri Castrati. I commented, gave my own comments, and this corresponds to what I said, but Kadri Castrati should speak about the version of the document because he is the one who signed it. However, I did provide comments and give my opinion on it.
The table, please. So this is the set of forms that we just discussed with you in court. Do you remember that? We just discussed enlistment forms.
I only have the version in English before me.
You had, you give us evidence already, you gave your evidence already about these forms in court. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Oops. Then if we move to page 2. This was a set of documents signed by you and dated 3 August, which I will call up. The part that I will ask you to confirm is page U001, 0120 to 0125. If we can please call up the corresponding exhibits. The ERN is U001, 0115 to U001, 0128 ET. And if I can please have page U001, 0120. Thank you. Witness, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What it is?
This is the record of the 1st Brigade, that is, of the 1st Platoon, the special platoon.
Do you recognize the names of the soldiers?
Microphone, please.
Do you recognize the names of the soldiers for this platoon?
Yes, most of them.
Move to page U001, 0125 of this document. Can we scroll down the page, please? Witness, is that your signature?
Yes.
Remember providing comments that were recorded in the table we discussed and that you confirmed at the end of the preparation process.
Yes. Let's go to the previous page.
If we can move to the previous page in both languages.
No, on the other side. The first that we saw about the special platoon. That page, the first page that was shown.
That would be page U00.
Yes, this is it.
Po. Shënimet do të janë disa shënime me do.
There are some handwritten notes. On the upper right corner, where it says second copy, that is my writing.
Duke qenë se ky dokument është nga
Top secret second copy. It's my writing, handwriting, since this document comes from the Serbian authorities. Beneath the title Record of the 1st Brigade, there is a handwritten note, and that is by the Serb authorities. It says Specbrigada, which means special brigade, which has nothing to do with special platoon. They probably were not familiar with military formations or try to exaggerate them. And the handwritten marks to the left of the numbers were probably made by the Serb authorities. Those were not made by me. It's not my handwriting. Can we go now to the other page that was shown?
Yes, I have a limited time, so I'm selecting the pages to ask your comment about.
Po.
Can we now go to document U0004240 in both the original language and the English? Can we scroll down the original? Thank you. Witness, do you recognize this document?
Po.
Yes. It's also one of those that you commented upon during the preparation session, and is item number 5 on the table of documents that we were discussing before. Can you tell us what this document is?
This is a daily order which includes the activities. It's part of the training in Bygore, in the school or barracks, and it lists the activities from getting up in the morning, training in the morning sessions, in the afternoon sessions, the duties such as guard duty, security aspects, with anti-aircraft defense, and which units are responsible for extra security in case of attack. And then in miscellaneous, it says that certain units are in charge of cleaning the facility and the courtyard, and it's signed by Commander Daya.
Daily orders be put.
Po, zakonisht u vendosin në hyrje.
They would usually be put at the entrance of the facility so that they would be visible to the soldiers, and that the soldiers would familiarize with their daily tasks, be they in terms of training, security, cleaning, maintenance, and so forth.
Thank you, witness. Do you remember that you reviewed your comments on these and other documents during the preparation session?
Po.
Yes.
confirm the accuracy of the comments recorded by signing and dating that table, the table of the documents that we discussed earlier.
Po.
Yes.
Again, Your Honors, I could continue, but in order to save court time, my proposal was to tender the witness comments, not the documents, because the documents have all been tendered through the bar table, the witness comments through the comments chart. Again, it is a type of process that is not uncommon in international tribunals. In terms of notice, this was a notice in the email on Saturday. We received no objection, no comments about it. I can give, by way of example, indication of similar practice adopted, for example, in the International Criminal Court for the former Yugoslavia, in the case Prosecution versus Mladic, with fact witnesses who testified on 9 January 2013, transcript page 6704 and exhibit number P683 for the comment chart. 18 January 2013.
That's enough. That's enough, ma'am.
Okay. I would ask that the SPO request was that the table with the witness comments be admitted as containing relevant comments to exhibit tender through the bar table. The bar table in F02178, Annex 01.
Yes, Judge Metro had a question.
I'll steal your thunder, Mr. Micetic. Maybe I'll address some of your concerns, because I have some concerns about the process, Ms. Dascoli, and I'll ask you to tell me what your position is on that. You've told us that this was being offered as an exhibit under 138. The first question, and you can make the list for yourself perhaps, is whether it appears on your exhibit list, number one. And if it doesn't, whether you've sought leave to amend your exhibit list in relation to this document. And you've indicated that you gave notice via email to the defense on Sunday, and by that I understand you to be referring to the courtesy copy you send around. I do note, however, that this is titled Annex to Preparation Note 2, which, as you know from the practice here, is not being offered by the prosecution. The last thing is it seems to me, at least, to be a statement, and we've been quite clear, I thought, and hopefully consistent in suggesting that these should be tendered through the relevant lex specialis. So I was wondering if you could address that before we decide on the admission. And I apologize to Mr. Micetic for stealing your thunder, if that was the thunder.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for your comments. And indeed, this was presented as an annex to the table, to the preparation note 2. The relevant paragraphs which are reproduced in the table were taken exactly from preparation note 2, and the specific paragraphs that were included in the table are indeed footnoted for reference. So the process in terms of recording the witness comments would be akin to the one that is done with the witness comments on recorded in preparation note 1. And this was the extent to which, considering that it is comment that were provided by the witness on a relevant document already tendered, the observations were recorded verbatim, I mean, in the same way that were recorded in preparation note 2 in this table, and the witness reviewed it both in the context of preparation note 2 and separately as indicated as a table.
I understand the process. I think the objection, as I understand it from the defense, is what goes into preparation note 2 is what's new, and what's new is not tendered through 154. And if the suggestion that this is a statement, as indeed appears to be the case from the witness, it can't come through 138. So, I mean, if that's the extent of your submissions, those are the submissions.
In order to take all of the safeguards, to explain the content of the comments, we had those reviewed. I understand Your Honour's point in terms of the chart being akin to a statement or to a declaration of the witness, and therefore having to follow the Rule 154 process. In that sense, we have taken the step of having the witness reviewing the comments, being satisfied of those that were recorded, and dating and signing the table. And that's why I mentioned a process akin to preparation note 1. I know that it's not the standard practice that we have been using with the statements, and that's why I didn't want to call it a statement, but it is the witness observation on documents that have been tendered. And of course, I could elicit them live, as I've been doing with many of them, but in order to save time and having satisfied the, having made sure that the witness was satisfied of the accuracy and correctness of the information recorded, this was a way to make sure that his comments would not be lost, considering that the direct examination time with the witness was limited.
It seems you've backed yourself into a bit of a corner, and you're going to have to get your way out of it, and I don't know how else you can do it other than to go through this stuff and present it the way you're presenting it, unless, and which is what you should have done last weekend, was get together in a conference with the defense and present what you intend to do and make sure that they don't have any objection to it, which they very well may not have if it had been not dumped on them at the last minute. I know you said you sent them something, but that doesn't mean they've agreed to it just because you've sent it. I don't know what else to do for you other than to tell you, if you want this material testified to, keep doing it.
Yes, with regard to notice, Your Honours, we did our due diligence. We did disclose this chart as soon as it was produced. It was last Saturday,
But they didn't know you were going to present it as an exhibit.
Yes, we did. It was indicated in the email.
I'm sorry, I don't know that it was indicated to be offered as an exhibit.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
Yeah, and I would just note that this same process was used with Mr. Zarapi when he testified with a chart, and we understood that that was going to happen, the same process with this witness, which would have been fine. We would have had no objection to that. I appreciate Your Honor's comment. Perhaps there could be, in the future, some discussion about this, but my other primary concern with this is, in the past, things have happened with certain witnesses where no objection has been lodged by the defense, and then the prosecution with a future witness where there really is a substantive issue about a particular process with a particular witness, uses those prior examples where it was allowed to say, well, this is now the practice in the case, and therefore the panel allowed it. So we're drawing a line here just so to make sure that not only with this witness, but with future witnesses, that this does not become the practice.
How many more documents do you have to go through, Mr. Scully?
If I have to make a choice, I have more pressing matters to discuss with the witness. So this will be the extent of the documents that I showed to him, and it was really because it was documents that.
Is there something? If there's something extremely relevant about any of the rest of them, I would suggest you do it. But if it isn't, you've presented some material, and we know what it is, and I assume everybody on the defense knows what it is, and can cross-examine concerning it.
Of course, Your Honor, that's what I did. That's why I went through 4 documents out of this chart.
Proceed.
Witness, I will move on with the questions on other topics. So, can I now have ERN 090551, and it's ET, 090551, 090551 ET. Witness, do you recognize this document? It was also discussed with you during the preparation session.
Oh.
Can you tell us what it is about?
The document refers to an incident during training, during which the soldier mentioned here, Esat Umeri, was tasked to guard during the time of lectures, during the training with handheld launchers, and being familiar, took this weapon without the permission and fired in an irresponsible way, but fortunately the barrel of the launcher had not been loaded with a gunpowder propellant, and I took the weapon from his hand to avoid the risk that he could have caused to 40 other soldiers. On my request, he was condemned with 3 days of detention for violating the rules, the military rules.
Is this the case you mentioned in the SPO interview? For reference, this was part 3, pages 15, 16.
Yes. You can see it at the bottom. My request for a disciplinary measure, the decision in relation to that request was made by the deputy commander of the zone, Commander Daya. You can see his signature.
So can you explain how the process would work? So did you have to send your request for disciplinary measure for approval?
Of course, based on the disciplinary rules, in case of a grave infringement, such a measure was envisaged. And in this case, this put at risk 40 persons. Luckily, as I said, the weapon was not loaded and did not go off. And it was envisaged that such mistakes be punished so that soldiers would not undertake such actions that would put at risk the life of the soldiers and the others.
To whom did you have to send your request, if you had to send one?
I, as brigade commander in this case, I was not still a brigade commander, but still a lecturer and a trainer. We are speaking about 30th of July 1998. I sent this request to the deputy commander of the zone, Kadri Kasrati, and he decided on this request and on the measure that was taken.
Soldier serve is a military imprisonment.
Yes. It's one soldier in question, and he did serve his punishment.
në kuadër të pas kem pas në vend veçantë për
We didn't have a particular place, a special place for detention. It was an improvised room within the barracks where units were also stationed. It was an improvised room.
And where was this room? Where was it located?
Ky është në kuadër të
This was in the premises of the school, transformed into barracks.
You mean the school in Baigora?
Po.
Correct. The school in Baigora.
I would tender this document into evidence. It's also part of the bar table motion to 178, item 28. Can be a public exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
Exhibit is admitted. Please assign it a number.
Thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit with the ERN 090551 to 090551. An English translation will be assigned exhibit number P01763. Current classification confidential. I understand it can be public.
Yes, you can.
We need to take a break.
Microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, we can take a break.
Witness, we will take a half-hour break now and be back in the courtroom at 3:30, and then we will have 1 more hour of testimony. We're adjourned until 3:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. Mr. Abishi, we will continue now with the questioning from the SBO. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honors. Your Honor, I have now a few questions that actually require the use of a private session for the protection of others. Can we please move into private session?
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you.
Witness, we're back in public session. Witness, to your knowledge, as a KLA commander in the LAP zone in 1998 and 1999, were foresters suspected of collaboration?
Po.
Yes.
Po.
Not all of them, but some.
Can I now call up U009-9683 to U009-9683 in both versions, English and Albanian. Witness, this is a LAP operational zone, KLA military police order dated 5 November 1998. Did you see this document before?
No. No, I did not.
Thaçi was, if we can scroll down so that the original. Thank you.
No.
On the format of the document?
Ja.
No. I have never seen this format.
Read, if we go back to the top of the original, thank you. We read that this is an order to stop the cutting of wood for commercial gain in collaboration with the occupying authorities. Again, to your knowledge as a KLA commander in the LAP zone 1998-1999, were woodcutters suspected of collaboration?
Some of them were suspected because they continually were operating in rural mountainous areas and had knowledge about our positions. And the people who cut wood, amongst others, illegal logging, were used as collaborators, and they often informed the Serbian authorities about our positions. For these reasons, some of them, not all of them, were involved in providing intelligence or information. And in some specific cases, from what I've heard, not that I observed, they even led the military police and paramilitary units in the direction of our positions because those units were not familiar with the terrain. I'm referring here to isolated specific cases.
Between foresters and woodcutters as categories or as people?
Because of that reason, they used obtaining information. They used collaborators of the Serb authorities in Kosovo. So they would use illegal woodcutters to whom they would give a permit to exercise their activity, and in turn they would ask from them information, intelligence about our forces and other information which was of interest to and other sensitive and important information to our army and the civilians in the area of our responsibility.
When you say they, you're referring to foresters?
Yes. Foresters who would receive information from illegal woodcutters. So the foresters would allow them to cut wood. In turn, they would ask for information and intelligence regarding the positions of the Kosovo Liberation Army and other similar information, which would endanger the interests and the mission of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Your Honors, I just note that this document has been tendered in the SPO Bartibor motion 2178, and it's item 114. Witness, I will now move to a different topic and to October 1998. In your SPO interview, you gave evidence about attending a meeting in October 1998 during a general staff visit to the LAP operational zone. For reference, this is P1755.3, page 8, and P1755.7, pages 14 to 19. You recall that, right?
No, I would need to see it because a long time has passed and I have forgotten.
I was making references to the evidence you already gave in the SPO interview about that meeting. Do you remember who called you, who invited you to that meeting?
I don't recall what meeting are we talking about exactly. I didn't understand.
A meeting. Maybe I can call up the relevant part of the SPO interview. So this is SPO part 7. Pages 14 and page 14.
For the record, this is exhibit P01755.7.
Yes, thank you. If we go to page 14, line 18, I'll read for you from line 18. You mentioned before a visit by the General Staff in October 1998. Is that correct? And then you say, yes, yes. I can't remember the day exactly, but it was October. And then you're asked about the General Staff members who visited.
Yes, I remember now.
Where did that meeting take place?
I do not recall where exactly, but I think it was somewhere above La Pashtic, if I'm not mistaken.
I understand it was not at the La Pastic headquarters?
No, above, in some other location. Not at the command in La Pashtic.
Can I please call up exhibit P181 in both languages, and if I can have page 5, please. Witness, as you can see, these are handwritten notes. They were shown to you also during the preparation session, if you recall. So the date on top of this page says 27 October 1998. Burince, Boduyevo, meeting with the LAPI operational subzone staff. Then a number of issues are listed under REMI. Can you see the document, Witness?
Yes. It is unknown to me, but I do remember now the village Buric, not Burinc, but Buric.
During the preparation session, you were not familiar with the document or with the handwriting. Now, can we move to page 8 in both languages? This is SPOE 00226669. In the second part of the document, Eleka is mentioned. Two topics are listed. You can see it on the document. A team for strategic research, a team of professional military officers to prepare military regulations. Do you see that?
Yes.
Which is SPOE 00226671. From the top of the page, you can see a Leka 151 Brigade Commander is listed, and then a number of issues under Leka's name. I'll read some: spread of forces from Repa to La Pastiche, active forces under people, territorial defense forces 133, total 233, cooperation at good level, greatest damages at Dobratin village, not good coverage with professional officers. Now, does this report match your recollection of the issues that you raised in October 1998 and that you reported in the SPO interview?
Yes, some of them. I am not able to specifically remember all of them. I do remember about the rules. The need for specialist professionals that would address specific matters, yes. The data is compatible.
Issue, greatest damages at Dobratin village.
This was after the Serbian forces offensive in Dobratin, which led to serious consequences. 11 civilians were killed. 6 of them were burned alive by the Serbian forces as a reprisal after their defeat in the offensive of 15th September 1998. Following that, they burned down many houses. 7 soldiers of Brigade 151 were killed, who are not mentioned here, and they gave a valuable contribution to the civilian population in Dobratin. This village and the village of Kachanol in Baigor and villages until Bar suffered a lot. These villages are along the main road from Dobratin to Kashandol to Kabaigor, Bar until Stanterg. This is why I am mentioning this, because it is within the LOP operative zone, and the losses in human lives, 6 persons burned alive and another 5 civilians killed, residents of Dobratin. This was a reprisal from the Serbian forces following their defeat in the course of their offensive.
Can we move to the next page? SPOE 00226672. There are some requests in continuing from the previous page, and it is indicated they ask for completing the brigade with officers have a unified and standard uniform communication system supply of service regulation for all department. Do you remember those requests?
Oh. Yes.
We move to page 6, SPOE 00226667. We see in the second half of the document Luta 152 Brigade Commander listed as with a number of issues as a speaker. Now my question is, do you remember whether in fact Luta was present at that meeting?
Paul? Yes.
Okay, we can remove the document. Witness, I will now move to December 1998. Can you tell us where you were based then?
In this period of time, I was in Bradash, most probably, if I'm not mistaken.
Or positions did you have then?
Commander Brigade 151, Zahir Bayezidi.
Another position that you started in December 1998?
Yes, in the end of December, I was promoted to the position of the Chief of Staff of the LOB Operative Zone. But at the same time, I was commander of Brigade 152 Zahir Bayezidi. And in cooperation with his own commander, Daya, I also carried out duties that fell under the operational sector.
Can I please call up P1552 in both languages? And I would please need page 13 on the screen.
Fairness. Could I just clarify if the witness said it's Brigade 152 or 151, please? Because the transcript shows 152, and I believe he said 151.
Could you please clarify that?
Of course. Witness, what was your answer in relation to the position you held in December 1998? In relation to being a brigade commander of brigade?
Which date are we referring to?
1998.
Jo. Këtu në ndërkohë ka ardhur deri te me pozicionimin në vin e parë.
With the positioning on the first line, which goes from the gorge of Mayas to the vicinity of the positions or the town of Podujeva in Tabe. Let's proceed in order from Gorge of Mayac to Goshniak, Konushevts, and then further. So this deployment in December coincided with the moment when Brigade 151 became 152. The positioning and deployment from right to left. The name and the number of brigade changed. However, the personnel remained the same. It was just that 151 was changed into 152. This came as a result of the deployment of combat units in combat positions.
To ask you questions about this swap and or exchange of name in relation to this document.
Oh.
Yes, so
yes,
it's a report dated 18 December 1998. Have you seen this report before?
No, I haven't seen this. I've seen it when we discussed the matters.
Positions of the units listed, do you recognize any as those of your brigade? And then you can explain to us what was the brigade name at this point, 18 December 1998.
I was still commander of this brigade. Now, with this positioning or deployment on the first line along the main road from the Gorge of Mayac to Kerpime, almost. As I said, only the name changes. At this point in time, we're not Brigade 151 any longer, but we're 152 in this position.
18th of December 1998, you maintained the same position, however, the brigade changed name, and it became 152 instead of the 151 that you...
Yes.
Just want to be sure your answer is recorded. Okay.
Yes, I continued having the same post position with the same staff. Only the name and the number of the brigade changed. 151 became 152.
Regarding the positions of your brigade to the LAP zone command. I'm talking about December 1998 in relation to this report.
Yes. I always send the war plans with a topographic map describing the positions, the weaponry, and number of soldiers. And I sent this to the command. We did not have a staff up until that time, but we had the zone command in Lapashtiz. From what I can see here, this is a report sent to the operative sector of the KLA General Staff describing the positioning deployment of two brigades, that of Brigade 151 and that of Brigade 152.
Sorry, we can look at the second page of the document. Oh no, then he must have been on the same page as before, just scrolling down. If we go all the way down, if we can move to the next page. I apologize to the court officer. I meant the second page of the document we were looking at, not the whole range. My apologies. No. If we can go back to the previous page and then just move one page forward, please. Thank you. Thank you. You see, witness, now this is talking about, in the second half of the page, about the positions of Brigade 151. Can we scroll all the way down and then move to the next page? Can we scroll all the way down, please? And then move to the next page. This is the report you meant, right? Witness, meaning like reporting the... Okay.
Yes.
That report in the zone command.
We sent it to the zone command. It was dedicated to Commander Remy or Daya, usually for military or operational matters. They would be addressed to Commander Daya, who was, together with me, member of the operational sector. It was addressed to the commander, and he most probably forwarded it to the deputy commander, who most often dealt with operational matters.
Okay, we can remove this document, thank you. Your Honors, for the next set of questions, I would need to move into private session because of the classification of the material, please.
Private session, please, Madam Court Officer. Adjourned.
Your Honors, we are now back in public session.
Sorry, witness. That's the end of your testimony today. You'll need to be back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Do not speak to anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom. We'll see you tomorrow at 9. Thank you. Mr. Misitich, you sought the floor.
Yes, if we could go into private session for a minute, Mr. President.
Back into private session, please.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.